Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Guitar Lilin, I hope you're okay. Hope everyone had a fantastic day so far today. Hey Savos, how you doing? And GG Guitar Lilin, for once they did not stare. That's good. The game isn't entirely rigged. Alright, so I did quite a bit since last time. Again, as always, not much in the way of progress, just mostly building stuff. I've started transferring the floor out here to... I've just randomly picked up a tuner. To spruce to see how that looks. I don't really need the tuner. Which I actually kind of like. I think I do kind of like the spruce, but I'd like to have a few more variants of spruce in here. And obviously continue it on to everywhere up there and everywhere else as well. And I have also done a bunch of stuff down here. I've started digging out the area for... Initially, these are going to be molecular assembler towers on this side. And I think I'm going to do one of the extended AE assembler matrices over here instead of another set of assembler towers. Just because I haven't made one. And then eventually we'll switch that over to the quantum crafting stuff. We could go straight to the quantum crafting stuff, but honestly, I kind of wanted to try out some of the stuff I haven't used before. Another thing I do need to do, though, is we'll be moving this over to here and filling in the rest of the crafting CPU, or the molecular assembler towers in there. And then just trying out different things. And I'm going to try and keep everything here as well, except for maybe the assembler matrix. That's the one. That we're going to have over that, so that one might change. But the rest of this, I kind of like to have it there for kind of like almost like nostalgia value. And we're going to have to dig down under here. By the way, I've been using spectator mode a lot just to see how much space we have to expand. Which we've got quite a bit down underneath here. There's like all of this stuff we can see, like between the edge bits. We've got all that space available to kind of expand, and obviously all the way through there. That's actually a really big tunnel, isn't it? Huh. But yeah, we're going to dig down here, and this is where the crafting CPUs are going to be in this layer below here. So that's one of the things we're going to do today. We're going to basically try and finish that off. I've tried to extend this out as well. So this is going to have to be moved upwards a little bit, the kind of outer wall here to cover this over. But that's part of what we're going to be doing today. There's going to be a lot of building today. I don't normally do building on stream, but I need to get this done, and I want to get this done. So you're working your way towards 8 to A2 in SF5, starting to get a bit too much running back and forth, getting stuff. How far off are you? I've been playing around with the block palette in the kind of factory floor as well. Still not entirely happy with it, but I want it to be a little bit more industrial while still keeping the same kind of woody feel to it. So I've kind of switched out the pillars we used before with these ones with these little kind of reinforced kind of band around them. Looks a little bit more industrial. I'd like to do something different with the walls as well, although I don't entirely know what yet. But the big thing I did over here is basically start digging out for the actual factory floor. So I dug out a bit of an area. It's not completely done yet. I've got to do some terraforming on the outside to try and keep things like looking neat on the outside. But this is basically where the factory floor is going to be. I've kind of got this idea of in the center there being like a giant water column that goes all the way up to and kind of juts out the top of there. And then with a little area around, a little kind of barrier around the outside of here where this is just kind of like empty space, and then the factory floors are going to go kind of like off to the sides. And we can also we've got plenty of space to dig out on this side as well if we want to need to expand, which we probably will. And there's not a huge amount of space below, but there's a little bit of space below that we can expand into. So that's basically what I've been doing. What I did, I couldn't sleep, not last night, the night before. So I spent the time doing that. So I sent them links to control for SS, and then it's time to start making Skystone, SS quartz and stuff. Nice. You'll get there soon enough, I'm sure. I didn't really do much over here, although I did increase this to 16,000 honey treats, and then I realized I actually burned through the entirety of my honeycombs. I don't know how I managed to do that, but I did manage to burn through the entirety of my honeycombs. We are not making anywhere near enough, so I did add some bees, some just regular bees into here, and these are just sending stuff like straight back into the ME system. I also added another honey seed. I think I'm going to add... I'm probably going to add a couple more, honestly. Since we're going to need a ton of combs for... we're going to need a ton of combs for upgrades and stuff. I guess if we need to, we can always use the Enderium ones, because we've got 14,000 Enderium combs at the moment as well, which is something. Hey, Larvy, how's it going, man? How is Manufactory going? So yeah, that's basically what I've been doing. I think I do want to see if I can get those... get another... If I can get another couple of honey seeds, I'll be happy. I'm going to need like 16 bottles of honey for that, so... Hopefully we have everything we need. Which we do. LV machines, GG. You're probably going to be progressing faster than me at this point, because I keep like I was I guess technically playing all night last night, but I just basically had it. I was just AFK because I forgot to close it down.
Boop.
Boop indeed, Becky. Thank you so much. 31 months. Can we get some love and hearts in the chat, please? How are you doing, Becky? Hopefully still resting. Stick you in. Yeah. I think... Is that you, Becky? Oh, wait. Have you slightly changed your skin? Or have I got the wrong name? I was gonna say, I don't remember you having the little kind of headband around there before. There we go. Thank you, Becky. I appreciate you. We'll update that. And that. There we go. Thank you, Becky. I had to come back to bed for a bit, so yes, resting. Good. Resting definitely sounds like a good thing for you to be doing. All right, let's do 2 more of these, and then hopefully this will get us enough to actually start making a decent amount of honeycombs. Or at least a slightly better amount of honeycombs. Whoops. Broke it. Making a chainsaw has been a good idea. See, I didn't use mine all that much. I used it a little bit initially, but I switched over to using phytogenic insulators as quickly as I could. So I didn't have to manually do it. Oh, I did get a few more skeletal bees, by the way. I keep getting zombies, but not the, not skelly bees. And we really don't need the zombies. At least not at the moment, anyway. Wait, hang on. Is there anything they can be, bred into? Graves bees? Oh, yeah, don't really need that. What was that about the Bumble Zone? Wolf dances? But yeah, we've got 3 skeletal bees. We need at least 5 to make the 5 withered bees we want, so we are still a little short on those at the minute. What energy converter are you using at the moment? Please tell me you're not just using a 1 amp energy converter. Right, so you made a 1 amp energy converter, but you made a 16 amp battery buffer. Doc also managed to add his testing book to the eccentric tome. Literally 1 page saying test category. Whoops. That's exactly what you definitely did not do. Ah, okay. Of course not. the joys of the learning curve of Bergium, we tried that last time. It for whatever reason, it did not work for me. I don't know what the reason is, but for some reason, it did not work for me. A ton of people said that it did. We tried it. It does not work. And before anyone mentions it, yes, it is dark in here. Can't get much darker than this. I am aware what dark means. We went through all this last time. It's... Occasionally we are getting a few more in, but it's definitely not speeding it up by much. And yes, I'm aware the Chosen Architect did this. I don't know how he managed to do it differently to what I've done. But he did. Oh, wait, is it actually going to work this time? It's kind of working a little bit. Working a little better than it was before. Oh, actually, putting a flower shouldn't make a difference. I'm pretty sure putting the flower in there shouldn't make a difference, but maybe that is what it was. The general gist of it is, though, we went through and we did this. Oh, maybe the flower does make a difference. We didn't have the flower last time. See, that's one thing that nobody mentioned. Nobody mentioned the flower. All right, well, that might be what did it then. Hold on. Taking out the simulation upgrades also will not make a difference. That, I will guarantee you, will not make a difference. All that does is basically keeps them in the hive. But yeah, the flower might be what made the difference. Hold on, let's try that again without... Well, let's try it again with the flower. Right, what... I'm not bothered about I'm not bothered about like getting loads of them spawning in here. Also, why would the simulation... Oh, right, yeah, of course, no, I've just remembered, yeah. Because if without the simulation chamber... that does make sense. But still not getting the amount that people seem to be thinking that Chosen was getting. Apparently he was getting, like, a few spawning, like, a whole bunch spawning in a really short space of time. Actually, that is... I've got to admit, this is actually going better than it did last time. But, based on what we did last time... I don't need these anymore, by the way. This is why we're killing them. Based on what we did last time, this did not work. Last time we did this, this did not work. The only thing that changed was the flower. As far as I'm aware, the flower shouldn't change whether it spawns or not, but apparently it does. But if you go back to the Well, no, nothing was spawning at all, Bergium. This is the point. This is what I was saying from before. When we did this last time, nothing spawned. Literally, not like we got one thing spawn initially, and then no matter how much we hit it with the time once, it didn't spawn anything. Like I don't care what Chosen did in here. Like what people told me worked for him didn't work for me. I'm guessing Chosen Architect is the person that you watched. See, today now, of course, this today is now working. I give up. You realise that this is not all the mods 9 though, right? This is all the mods 10. Just because something worked in all the mods 9 doesn't mean it works in all the mods 10. They are completely different versions. Might be the same mod, but that doesn't mean it works the same way. Okay. Fair enough. Anyway, right. What we're supposed to be doing today is working on this. It's two completely different items, two completely different... not completely different mods, but it's two completely different items and two completely different mod packs where you don't know what's changed between... You know what? I give up. I'm not even going to talk. I'm not even going to go into it. All I know is it didn't work last time, did work this time. Yep. Oh, jeez. Right, okay. This is the thing, I've seen this so often. People come in, they see something work one way in one mod pack, then assume that's the way it works in every mod pack. It's not always the case. Sometimes it is, yes, but not always. That's not always the case. Anyway. Right. I've completely lost track of what I was doing now. I was going to be sorting this out. Yes, and we tried the wand last time in all the mods 10, and it didn't work. I spent about half an hour trying it. There is video evidence of this not working. Just because it works one time doesn't mean it's going to work another time. You don't know what's different, what's not. You know what, chat? I think I might just call the stream now. Honestly, I was dubious about streaming today anyway. My head has not been in the best place, and I don't want to be arguing at the minute. Especially not over completely inane and pointless things. I don't believe we have. I don't think so. Larvae. Oh, this is actually probably going to need to move. Right, what are we actually doing here? Oh, I was going to put the assembler matrix in there. Hang on, what's the... What is the max size of the assembler matrix? I think it's 7 by 7, right? Yeah. Hang on, if we were to use an assembler matrix in here instead... How much space would we need? And how could we alter this for it? Hmm. Kind of wish I had more space. I guess we can technically have more space. We move this back a little way. Well, we can keep it within that. The next thing is Larvae. Are you creating 16 amps of LV? Because that might be slightly overkill. Oops, lady. I'm gonna guess no. One piece of advice I will give with it is kind of build converters and things like that for what you need, rather than just building the maximum one. It's generally considerably more efficient to do it that way. Yes, you will probably need to do at least a little bit of maths with Greg Tech. But it is generally better to just make what you need rather than just going all out with it. How many do we do over here? 4? Although we might need to change this. We will need to change this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3. That's where the center actually is. And this is probably going to have to go straight out onto the actual wall here. Or the wall. Oh, shit. That's a little awkward. I guess we can change it so it's only 2 blocks of space between it. That just doesn't feel like enough. But I need this to go no further out than that. I guess that'd be alright, though. It's not like we're going to need to get into here for anything, so that should be fine. Because that's going to have to move again. A little awkward, though. Not sure how I'm going to do this back wall yet. I'm very tempted to make this even smaller still. Just so we can fit. In fact, you know what? I think I'm going to have to do that. Just so it'll fit within this area. Like inside that. I'm going to have to make this smaller still. I only have 1 block of space around it. I think that's going to be fine though, honestly. A bit annoying having to redo it all the time, but... we really shouldn't need to get in here, I don't think. Guess this way we can at least have some symmetry here. Hey, Bobo. Doggo, thank you for that raid. Appreciate it. How was your stream today? What were you up to? What were you up to today, man? And welcome in raiders as well. Right, what are we doing? How many are we going to need for this? 7 by 7 is 49, times 2 is 98. Plus, let's figure this out. How much we actually need. So 7 by 7 is 49, times that by 2 is 98. So we need 98 structure blocks for the top and the bottom. Oh wait, that's gonna be slightly different as well, isn't it? Because it's gonna be got to figure out between the edges and the walls, as they are different, right? Yeah. Okay. So mechanical mastery world with a friend, got automatic power setup so far. GG. I never made it too far with mechanical mastery. It was a good pack. I just kind of I don't know. I always got sidetracked with it. Hopefully you're enjoying it. What's the 2 amps? But well, to convert RF to EU, basically just divide it by 4, and then to work out how many amps you've got, divide it again by the power tier. So if you're doing LV, you divide. So say you're 320, you take that, you do 320 divided by 4, which would be what, 80, and then divide that by 32. That will tell you, which is obviously the LV EU per tick. That will tell you how many amps you've got. So basically 80 divided by 32 is what, 2.5? All right, I need to work out exactly how much we need for this. That and it. Yes. I don't think if there's any situations where that's not the case, but I don't think there is. Wait, hang on. How much is this? It's going to be 5 by 5, right? So whatever this frame is times... Yeah, 25 times 6. 25 times 6, so 150 walls. That should be easy enough to do. 150 walls, and then... however many of these we have. 68 of the frame. You alright, Guitar Lily? Hopefully once you actually get your ME system up and running, you can get a wireless terminal sorted out, so you won't have to keep doing that. That would be useful. I'm assuming this does need to be fed. It obviously needs to be fed a... Does this thing work on just a single channel? I'm assuming so. To the point we're actually definitely not going to need the... If this works the way I think it does, we're definitely not going to need the molecular assembler towers. I'm still going to make them. For aesthetic reasons, but I don't think we need them. It is, but it will soon run out when you are... when you start running machines. Especially when you start running the EBF. Which you will need to do fairly soon. So how much space have we got in the middle of this? Need 125. Did that even form? I'm assuming it needs to have specific, at least one of certain blocks in there to actually form. A valid assembler matrix must contain at least one pattern core, craft core, and it must be completely filled and can't be hollow. Okay, so we're going to need to do 125. It'll work for now, Larvae. Oh, the steam grinder is fantastic. You'll keep using the steam grinder up until at least HV, and probably well beyond that as well. Right, so hang on, let's read that again. Handcraft and speed core. So you can only get a maximum of 5 speed cores in there. Or you can put more in, but you don't need any more. Wall sharing is a thing, yes. The Foundry is definitely worth doing as well. I think it's called the Foundry in... I can't remember. I was... basically the multi-block steam alloy smelter is well worth doing as well. I think so, yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't bother with it if you've upgraded your furnaces. You can do, but it's like charcoal is not difficult to come by, and the diamond furnaces are considerably faster. You know, I think there's a good chance I'm still going to end up using the molecular assembler towers for now. I like the idea of being able to find my patterns that I need. In case I need to change anything, although given that we don't have GregTech in this, there's not many patterns I'm going to need to change once we've got them. No macerated byproducts till HV. Not LV. You can still get byproducts from things like the ore washers and thermal centrifuge, though. Ah, crap. I'm assuming we still need crafting CPUs for all with this. Right, so if we've got 5 speed cores, we need 125 things in there in total. What's using... Oh, well, we just need slots. I'm surprised there isn't anything in here that you can put in here as kind of a cheaper alternative if you haven't got the enough materials to create everything. Um. Oh, it's an electro polarizer. Save you a whole bunch of redstone. And very cheap as well. When you say a simple storage, are we talking about simple storage, the mod, or just use a simple storage setup? It's not that bad, surely. That tends to be what happens when you start building up infrastructure, though, Guitar Little. And it tends to... It feels like you're taking a step back at times. But in the long run, it will be... It will be considerably better. I think these actually need to not be glass. But we'll figure that out. We'll decide that in a minute. This might have been slightly overkill. Especially since we're not sticking with this for too long. So these are the matrix craft cores. And if we just do 80 of those, what are we missing? Matter balls and engineering process. Never mind, we've got a bunch of engineering processes. That's going to take a minute or two to craft. Yeah, I quite like it. Oh, if you're looking at cheaper rubber for rubber sheets, Larvae, look at the compressor. And honestly, I would suggest looking at the photogenic insulators as well. They're pretty cheap to run, and they are well worth it. That is a lot of space for patterns. Okay, I'm going to have to move all of those over then. That's going to be fun. Okay. Well, we have that set up now. I don't know what to do with this side now then. I might actually switch over so we've got the crafting CPUs on this side instead of the molecular assembler towers. As much as I want the molecular assembler towers there, I kind of feel like they're unnecessary at this point. I am going to end up with a whole lot of extended molecular assemblers for no reason though. Kind of sucks. But, never mind. It's... Create mod isn't in the pack, no. It's not been updated yet. Right, how are we going to lay out the crafting CPUs? We don't need particularly huge crafting CPUs at the moment. Once we switch over to using the quantum machines, I'm assuming we'll need to switch over from these anyway. If we just do like 8 of them, I guess. 8 3x3 cubes of crafting CPUs. I'm just kind of assuming that we do need crafting CPUs still for the assembly matrix. I can't see why we wouldn't. Hey, miss. And I guess if we really need to, we could add more onto the top, but that should be... Or if we do 2 sides of larger ones, and then we do some smaller ones as well, just so we've got a few more crafting CPUs. So if we just do one side of, like, 2 tall crafting CPUs instead. That will probably work. But how many could we get in here? Hey, Tyler. Yeah, not a huge fan of that. Do it like that. Have a bit of an offset with it. Don't bother with an extruder in LV. Larvae, it's not worth it. Wait till you get to MV. Tyler, thank you for the hydrate. There aren't drawers in there, are there? How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That'll work, I think. I'm assuming this is just taking one channel as well, right? Oh, the limited barrels. Oh, okay. No, I don't believe they can. You've got the hopper upgrades that can push left and right, up and down, push or pull like a hopper can, but I don't think you've got any ones that can push to the sides, as far as I remember. You can with functional storage, but obviously that's not in the pack, so that's not much help. But no, I don't think there's any upgrades that will do that. Assembler's definitely worth it, yeah. A whole lot of recipes that you can make considerably cheaper with the LV assembler. The lathe is definitely useful. Although I'd argue the wire mill and the bender are more so. Wait a minute, that's... Wait, how... Hmm. I'm not a huge fan of how little space we've got to move around here. That's okay. Probably should have made that 5x5 rather than 7x7x7. Right. Do I have enough channels available on here without having to use peer-to-peer for this? We're going to need technically possibly 3 more on there. Although it'll be slightly less.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries, Larvy. We're going to need what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, we should be fine. I'm assuming this does still need the crafting CPUs. Yeah, figures much. So, hold on. Hold on. Okay, so we do still need the crafting co-processing unit. Good. All right, good to know. If we just do 64Ks on all of these for now. We're not going to fully kind of fill these out, I don't think, for the time being. We'll just... fill most of it out with crafting units for the time being. And then we'll add to it as we need to. I was supposed to be putting in there, but that's fine. See, clear this out. Oh, of course there's water up there. Why wouldn't there be? And a tuna. Oh, sorry, not tuna, shrimp. And more. Rip shrimp. Oh, for crying out loud. That's a tune. Ah, that's actually going to be kind of awkward, isn't it? Because this... I guess if we do... the next layer down at that height. I would have preferred it a little lower. But I don't think there's any way we can do that without it interfering with this. I guess I could have the cables coming down in the center and then splitting off to the sides. That should work. That way we can keep this still down to there. That should work. I might need to move this slightly because we are going to need to have way down here. Oh no, that should be fine. Well, yeah, we're going to have to move it slightly. Bring it across here instead, I think. Alright, I'll do. Okay, let's see if we can get everything moved over. Crafting recipe-wise. I'm assuming I can just click on this and go over recipes in. Okay, so it does show you. I would have preferred to be able to have things a little more organized with specific recipes in specific places, but I'm guessing I can't rename like these pattern cores. That would have been useful to be able to do. Actually, I'm curious. Can I rename them? I can rename them, but I don't think it actually separates them out in here. Oh, that's fine. Mostly just curious anyway. Hey, Spirited, how you doing? We are actually going to need that to come down there again later. Not right now. Okay. I need more mangrove. And we need to sort out... Actually, I think that's what we're going to do. We'll sort out next is how we're getting down here. I need some more mangrove first. I'm doing alright, Spirited. Not having the best of days, so I'm a little bit on the quiet side today. Hopefully you're doing well, though. I will add a little bit more interest to these walls once we got the rest of the structure sorted out. Also, we're probably going to be building out this way. I think we have enough space. Yeah, we've got enough space to build out that way if we need to. Actually, that should probably have been redwood, shouldn't it? So it doesn't clash with that. Whoops. Okay, it's a dot. What do I want to do in these? I kind of want to copy what we had here. I mean, changing things around a little bit. And we can basically copy this and have these little kind of shelving units in here as well. Ooh. It's gonna be a little weird. Kinda want redwood at the top of here as well. Again, to match up with the other side, but then that means we're gonna have just like that little bit of redwood there. I guess we just need to switch all of these top 3 layers out for redwood. I have to do the same on the other side as well, I guess. But Alright. We need some of that. Hey, loving life. Oh, they disabled that guitar then. Is that in the latest update? I've not updated my Sky Factory 5 yet. Well, the crafting station, as far as I'm concerned, the biggest draw for it is the fact that it keeps its inventory. Whereas the vanilla crafting table doesn't, but that's just me. Alright, so we need to get a way down and a way up. And craft from your inventory, but not from a chest. Isn't there a button on it that can enable and disable that? So I thought there was a button that did that. Oh, this has changed. Wait, what? Why did they change this? Oh, hang on, that's better. Oh, that was weird. I had better days loving life. That's why I'm going to be incredibly quiet today, so I do apologize. Right, this is what I want to make. V, thank you for the hydrate, man. I appreciate it. Oh, it only disables and enables crafting from the inventory. Oh, okay. Not quite what I thought then. Thank you, loving life. I appreciate it. What do we need? Do I have any of the R's essences already? I have an air essence already. Need the water essence. Help, snow, and water. Do I need sauce for the other one? No, it doesn't look like it. Do I need 4 prismarine shards, air essence, water essence, and soul sand? Do I have prismarine? No, of course I don't. I remember how these work. Now. Hmm. That should work. Although that's a little lower than I would like, but that's okay. What am I going to do about that? A huge amount of space down here. Okay. How do we want to do this? I don't know if I want to have these open or not. And RNG hunting in Sky Factory 5. You really want to get a sheep, so you need to get sheep gateway, pearl. Meaning you need white bags from white trees. Yeah, it does seem to be. You know, you can use. Have you got a villager one? Have you got a villager gateway? Because you can trade with villagers for specific ones. That's what I ended up having to do for the chicken ones. Hmm. Do I want to move that or just cover it? I think we move it. Right. What do I want to do with the rest of this, though? Here's the next question. That is not the right one. That's pillow. Corner pillows I need, and I don't have any. There seems to be a lot of weird noises in that pack. Just take the stonecutter, for example. That thing makes the most annoying noise. Cheaper just as bad? Oh, that's not good. Hey, hyena. They have started naming things in weird ways. I'm assuming that's for the stuff from the metal former. What were you actually looking at crafting? Oh, for the gears, until you get to the extruder, I would look at the an extractor and a fluid solidifier. That's going to be the best way early on. Unless you're looking at doing steel ones, in which case you can't do that until MV. But for wrought iron, pretty much anything else that you'll need early on, you can use. You can just use the extractor and fluid solidifier. Why would you make a distillery for a cutter? What is it you need the distillery for? In the long run, yes, but honestly, early on, I wouldn't bother. Like once you start passiving things in the cutter, or using it more frequently, then yeah, it's probably worth it. Otherwise, I just wouldn't bother. It doesn't give you anything extra, it just makes it slightly faster. It probably uses marginally less power as well, but that's kind of pretty much inconsequential at that stage. Honestly, I wouldn't bother, Larvae. I mean, you can do. It doesn't hurt to do that. But you're probably better off just waiting for MV and the extruder for making bolts. This actually gonna. How is this actually gonna help you do that? Actually, not awful. I mean, there's no reason not to make it. I mean, it's not gonna, but it's just not gonna save or like gonna give you any major benefits over not making it. So if you think it's gonna be beneficial, then make it. If personally, I would wait for the MV extruder for doing that, but entirely up to you. Oh, there you go. Go for it then. Like I say, there's absolutely no reason not to do it. You're certainly not going to lose anything if you do it, except for a little bit of time maybe in crafting the stuff, but that's all. And as always, take what I say with these things with a grain of salt, because I have my way of doing things. It's not always going to be the same way that everyone will suggest, so. Do the thing which feels best, I guess. I'll do something on that backside, but I don't know. We might end up having this so we can actually walk out here somewhere. Well, I don't understand why dyeing these gives you less. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Like 8 of them go into making 6. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Oh, I thought they had a crap. I thought they had a connected texture. That's annoying. Yeah, all of the dyed variants you lose. Like, I don't understand why you would lose blocks there. That just doesn't make any sense. Also a little annoying that they don't have a connected texture. We don't have anti-blocks, do we, in this? I do kind of want to do that. Actually, let's just do this with glowstone instead. Illuminaxes. I knew there was something there. Do they emit light? I'm assuming, given the fact that they use glowstone, that they do. And the fact they're called Luminax as well kind of gives it away. Not that it really matters if they... Oh, quest. Ooh. Yeah, I definitely need to do something a little different with this. I think the plan is actually going to be to have those blocks there, but then cover them with green glass in these bits, just to kind of dim it a little bit. I don't know, this might look absolutely awful, I don't know, we'll find out in a minute, I guess. It kind of hurts your eyes, though, I'll tell you that much. Jesus. No idea how this is going to look. I have a feeling it's going to look absolutely awful, but we'll see. It could be worse. It does look a little bit like blocks of XP. You're not wrong. I kind of wish this would pull you down a little bit quicker. Feel like I might be missing something with that one. Actually, right, how do I get... Why can I never remember how to get back to the old version? There we go. Block of green screen? It pretty much is that, yeah. Oh, right. Okay, so it's actually... No, it's not actually doing anything. Because it would actually be in lava. Which actually, honestly, lava would potentially look better here. It does explain why that's not working, though. Or not doing anything. Well, really, we only need one of these, then. Although I do like the idea of having two, because if we do have a corridor that goes through here, we can have these off to the sides. And we can still walk through the middle. And continue through. Actually, you know what? Let's try that with... lava. Doesn't really fit the theme of this, though, does it? Given that it's supposed to be more kind of nature-y. I'm just hoping for something a little faster. And obviously, if we use the lava, we can't see the grass in there. Or the glass, rather, not the grass. Yeah, having lava in somewhere like this just doesn't make a lot of sense. So I don't think we're going to use that. And it sets me on fire every time as well, which not ideal. I guess we could just have a drop chute going down there, but it doesn't... I kind of like the symmetry of those two. Let's just make another one of the water ones. Not perfect. Obviously, we're going to have to move this wall back a little way as well to accommodate this. And we'll probably do the same on the other side as well. How is this going to look? Not perfect. Oh, not perfect, but at least it'll allow us to have this bit around the whole thing. Would it look better with one on the outside and one on the inside? I don't think so. I think it'll gonna look better with both of them on the inside of it, so they're at least symmetrical. Ah, that might be a problem on that side, though. Ah, it's going to be a problem on both sides. Shit. Can I live with that? I guess so. Not perfect, but it'll do. Right, I'm going to go and take a short break. Grab myself something to drink. If you've been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom. Whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. We'll try and get this a little bit more finished up. Get a roof on here, especially. And then finish off the other side, and then probably start working on what we're going to do for the kind of factory floor. Anyway, I'll be back in a moment. Oh, I am going to run some ads during the break. I will only ever run these during the break, though, so you'll never miss anything. All right, I will be right back. All right, everybody, I'm back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. Still really not sure how I feel about this. Fact. Yeah, I wish we could have had a little bit more space here for this. Unfortunately, we need to make sure we are within this, and if we'd extended this out by a couple more blocks... Actually, I guess we could have done. I might end up doing that, actually. Eventually. Hey, Sarge. How you doing? You made a snail. Okay. What kind of snail are we talking about? Right, so this would be block behind it. Oh, a crocheted one. Okay. Cool. Yeah, please do. I'm going to have to move some of these cables, but that's okay. That's very much doable. I'm also going to have to go out and get more dark oak as well. Actually surprised I don't have more dark oak than that, honestly. I guess I have been using quite a bit of it. Wait a minute, this seems off. Why does this seem off? Because I'm one block too far out. That's why. To answer your question, Sarge, I've had better days. Hence the being quiet. Alright, so what do I need? That's a little weird. I don't think there's any way I can change just that bit, though. Thanks, Sarge. I appreciate that. But I need just that little back corner as a different thing. It doesn't look like I can do that. Oh. It'll be fine. Well, I should be able to stop using... Well, actually, we'll probably end up using this to come down here still, regardless of these, but... I did want to have the... I do like to have a kind of... A way to get down here that doesn't involve, like, flying or anything like that. Wait, it can't be deactivated? Okay, that's kind of put me off it a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I guess you can cut some of the sounds you can avoid, but not all of them. It seems a little weird to not be able to deactivate it. Well, let's hope it does get deactivated, because I can see it being very, very annoying as well. Is there going to be a way I can do that? Or could I just have these as mangrove stairs? I think the mangrove stairs will actually kind of work there, won't they? And we still get the reddy bit. It's not quite the same texture, but we do still get the red there, I guess. And that'll work, and that's fine. Just gotta remember how I did the rest of this now. How did I handle that? Oh, right, yeah, that should all be redwood. Wait, is all of this? No, it is red. Okay. So, what do we still need to do? Utopia actually kind of pays attention to it and doesn't just see it as somebody else just whining, which something like that is absolutely not. It can definitely put you off wanting to play the pack. Well, as it has done for you already, obviously. What did I put in there? Right. Dark. Oh, right, yeah, I didn't do that all the way down. They can if you use the right circuit for them. Because there's one circuit you can. I think if you use circuit 2, it processes faster. Yeah, if you use circuit 2, it processes faster, but doesn't give byproducts. If you use circuit 1, it processes slower, but you can get byproducts. I think that's the way around it is. The ore washer was the way I went for getting the cutter. Move all that, obviously. How am I going to move? That is really going to get in the way there. This resource pack built is it's hang on, let me if you mean the applied energistics one, Trez. Are we talking about the applied energistics one or the one that Bobo was talking about? I'm guessing the one Bobo was talking about. Sorry, Guitar Lilin was talking about. Okay. It's one from Sky Factory 5. Still not entirely sold on these Luminax blocks, by the way. Alright, so how am I going to move this so it's not in the way? Let's just bring it round here. So Daisy. Actually, no, that'll be fine there, I think. Hey, Panda. Wait a minute, what's going on there? I missed some bits of glass in there. Yes, I did. Alright. I came back up here for something and I can't remember what it was. Oh, right, I need to make some more of those, these things. Alright, hopefully class went well today, Quiet. What makes you ask that? Panda. If it's the not being as talkative as normal, I'm not sick, no, just not had a great day. I'm not really even in a bad mood, Guitar Little, I'm just tired. And I do find it a lot easier to concentrate on building when I'm just concentrating on building. Uh... Right. We're gonna have to move all this stuff, but I don't really know where we're putting it yet, so it's gonna stay there for the time being. Right, let's just put something on this back wall for now. On both sides, just to cover it up a little bit. No, you're all good, Guitar. You don't. It's. I'm not exactly being very communicative today about how I'm feeling, so it's understandable if people aren't entirely sure. Alright, let's get a ceiling on here, or at least the top to this. I don't know exactly what we're doing with it yet, but just gotta get something in there. I guess we're just following the whole dark oak slab route. As we have on here. Well, I think I actually need to switch these around. Because I do want to do like this little bit on that side as well. So we kind of need the stairs to be the other way around. Honestly, Sarge, I think saying nothing at this point for me is probably the best idea right now. Just getting on with what I'm doing. If nothing else, at least I should. If nothing else, at least we're making some progress to as far as the build is concerned. So I am incredibly happy about that. All right. I think we can pretty much get rid of this floor up here now as well. Right, this is going to need to come up at least 2 more blocks. And we found water in it. I'm going to get rid of it. And more water. And more water. Good job we haven't got any torches or anything like that, or redstone that can be kind of destroyed by that. You mind us grinding in the ends? It's always nice to have something to listen to when you're doing that kind of thing. I actually kind of like the idea of incorporating more water into this kind of build. Oh, that's gonna have to move as well. I mean, that's easy enough to sort out, though. At least once we got this lot sorted out as well, we'll have basically everything we need going forwards as far as applied logistics is concerned. At least until we get to quantum computers, which we'll get to eventually. But I'm not in that much of a rush for it, honestly. At this point, we're not really doing enough auto-crafting for it to really matter. I think that's one of the things I do find with kitchen sink packs is that there's never that real need to set up these big, complex automation setups because there's just not really a need for it. Like there is in, say, like in progression-based packs. I need to do something with that bit up there as well. That's kind of horrible looking at the moment. That needs to be fixed in some way. I have a feeling this is not going to be enough. Trapdoors. I still need to figure out what I'm going to do down that end down there and where I'm going to put things like the passive setups for processors. I haven't quite figured that out yet. Hey, Kazmat. Joke's on you there. I'm not wearing any shoes. There you go. That looks a little bit better. If we just ignore the fact that that's still a stone wall, this looks a little bit better, at least. Got crafting CPUs in here. We've got the assembler matrix in here, which is not currently connected. Why are you not currently connected? Oh. Wait. Huh? Oh, right. I never actually hooked it back up again, did I? Yeah, that explains that. Really hope I have enough covered cables for this. That's better. I've had better days quiet, but I'm alright. How are you doing? How was class? How does this look? I mean, we're inside. It's not going to look too much different in here. Ooh. This will look alright when it's done. Can you not find out the Java version you're running Sky Factory 5 on? Hey Morpheus, how you doing? Oh my god. There's definitely gonna look a lot nicer with the like kind of the warmer coloured wood on there than opposed to the archwood. Is there nothing in the F3 screen that tells you? I could have sworn there was something that told you which Java version it was. Yeah, if you look at the top right hand corner on the F3 screen, the Java version's shown there. Doing good. Glad to hear it, Morpheus. Right, okay. So this definitely needs a little bit of like greenery in here and like a few kind of plants and things like that dotted around, but it's looking a lot better than it was. Still not happy with this and how little space we have around the side here. But I also don't really know what to do about that. The only thing I can think with that is actually to move this around a little bit, have a pillar going up there, and then just have 1 block wide stairways. It'll take us up around the sides, because then at least we can kind of like get into the sides of here. Not sure about that though. But I think we're going to move on from this bit for now. Actually, we'll move on from it in a minute. We need to get rid of this for now. This floor doesn't want to be here. What we do want to do, though, is figure out a way of bringing this down to here. And attaching it to there without it looking weird. I think I know what we can do. It'll involve more trapdoors, though. We do not have many trapdoors. And I think we're going to end up having a bridge across here. Probably a glass bridge as well across here. And then this will be open. I've still got to figure out what I'm going to do in here as well. I haven't quite decided on that yet. And that works. Not perfect. I'd actually probably like to find a different type of trapdoor for that. I think the general idea works. Thank you, Quiet. It works quite nicely actually. I'm kind of happy with it myself. It does need more color, like more colors than just brown in here though. That's the problem at the moment. But that's something I'll figure out later. What do I want? Those. Do I want it like that, or... I think I prefer it like that, and then just have a single block wide of glass in the center of it. Then we just need more spruce banisters. I have a feeling I probably had a bunch of these. Oh, and that's a hole. I might need to move this somewhere, although I'm not entirely sure where yet. I guess we could just put it at the front here. I kind of wish we had like a little... I guess we could just easily make a corner piece there. I think these would... Ah, they're too fucking big. Okay, never mind. And that works quite nicely, though. Wait, where does slash home take me? Oh, right in front of there. Perfect. It is somewhat tricky to try and get down into this, though, since it does, like, automatically push you up. I'm wondering if it will be a better idea we have the water, like, up at this height, and then we can walk into it, just walk into the, Actually, let's try that. Let's see how that'll work. The only downside is I've got to put something in front of here that's not going to look awful. Yes, we could technically do that with slabs. Not slabs, trapdoors. That wouldn't take up a great deal of space. If we just, for right now, use redwood here. That'll work. Right. And we can just walk into there. Rather than having to wait until we kind of bob down a little bit in order to go down, we can just walk in and then just press shift. I think we need rid of that though and use slabs. That looks a little bit nicer. Obviously, we can do something here. Probably have another little archway across here that will kind of match up with everything else. And we just walk into either of these and make our way down. It's a little bit trickier getting up again as well, but I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to fix that. Because I want to still be able to walk through here in case we need to get through there for anything. This is all hand-placed. This is basically well, it's the same place we've been in the whole time. It was just started on one of these little things. These little rock formations. And then just dug inside it. And we're just kind of trying to fit everything in at the minute. Right, I think I want to see what this is going to look like with the other way of... I was thinking about potentially doing this. Well, I just broke that. Whoops. At least this way we can get into the actual bits where there's a little bit of space. It's not ideal, but it will... should do. Put that across there. Thank you, Quiet. It's getting there. Quiet, what the hell? Quiet, what the shits? Coming in, gifting 5 subs there. Quiet, you are far too kind. Guys, can we get some love and hearts in the chat? Subs there going to Super Wormy, Jacob, I Kill You, Meat Weasel, who used to be PMM, I believe, if I remember rightly, and Pakaloof. Pakaloofy. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but thank you, Quiet. I appreciate it. I'm going to stick you in the subworld. I can spell. There we go. Thank you, Quiet. That was definitely not necessary, but thank you. Meat Weasel is fantastic for a name. Well, hopefully the day gets better now that you've got home, Quiet. I did see your message earlier. I read it and then I replied in my head, and then I'm assuming it was all work-related stuff. That was making it a shitty day. It seems to be a day for it today. I actually thought I was in a reasonably good mood today as well, and then apparently I wasn't. So, alright, where's my pick? I'm not gonna have enough for this, am I? Nope. Actually, that needs to be... Oh, that's fine as it is, I think. Normally it would have had those up at the top, but I don't think we can do that really without losing that inset there. That's fine though. I think this looks better than it did. Hey Pat, how you doing? Right, I think that's at least given us a bunch of crafting CPUs now, which we can expand on as we need to, and a assembler matrix. We will be switching this over to a quantum computer at some point, just not yet. All right, I think that works. Did what get retextured? Quiet. Oh, there's still going to be bits in here that I'm pretty sure I've missed, but... If we're talking about the crafting CPUs, the crafting CPUs and what have you, there are new textures in 121, but I've also added a texture pack for it as well. There's some Eurostruck to relax before you begin. It's better today. How am I? I had better days, but I'm okay, I guess. We're slowly getting there with getting this place kind of properly sorted out. Right, the next thing we got to do, or the next thing we need to figure out is continue figuring out a block palette for like the more industrial side of things. And also, which I think we're going to do next, is building out this bit. I did do some digging. For anyone who didn't see, I did do some digging in here. The idea is basically going to be, this is going to be kind of like the factory floor, where we've got, there's going to be like a column of, probably just like a column filled with water in the center here that's going to go all the way from here all the way up to like outside here. And then have a little bit of a kind of a gap around there, and then just have the floors coming off from there about like that height and this height. We should have enough space for everything we need. So I kind of need to figure out the rest of the block palette for the more industrial side of things. Like we've got, I've switched these out for the ones that we've been using in the main base, where they've got the more like the kind of metal support rings around them. Gives it a slightly more industrial feel. So I wanted to feel industrial, but still keep the same kind of nature-y kind of vibe to it. It's still a way off, you know. And I forgot we had factory blocks in here, so these are probably going to get used for like the main actual factory floor bits. And then surrounding them with either concrete tile or possibly hempcrete. But we haven't got any hempcrete at the moment. And I don't think we can make any yet, because we haven't got industrial hemp fiber yet. And then that will use something like that for the walkways. I don't know what to do with the walls yet, though. I feel like we need something a little stonier for the walls, but I haven't quite figured out what. Like, I love the idea of keeping the wood for the support beams and probably for the ceiling as well, potentially. I like this hyena. It's just basically like this, but a little bit darker. I think I prefer the darker look. It will look a little better with the dark oak. I didn't put any industrial hemp in the Whirly Sprig farm, did I? I really need to. I keep saying this, but I still haven't, and probably won't get around to doing it. I need to move this. I did not put any industrial hemp fiber in here. Right, you guys are going to get in my way, aren't you, when I try and... No, don't go and hunt stuff down, you idiot. There we go, that'll do. And just for the time being, we'll stick this into here as well. Okay. I think that's the general gist of it. Of what we're going to do. And then... I think what I'll probably do to start with, I'll just do... Aside from kind of possibly chunk borders, I'll just do the entirety of the floor like this, and then have the just bordered with this, and then as we add things into here, we'll kind of route the pathways around the whatever we build. And that's kind of the way I want to go about this. I just need to figure out exactly how we're going to do the rest of it first. I think it's probably going to end up... what color am I going to want to do the glass in here, though? I'm kind of thinking cyan or green glass in here. I don't know if I want to do it as clear glass or whether I want to have it be something more like that. And the inside of this will be filled with water. I think what I might end up doing is trying to make it so that we can have like a little elevator down the center of it as well. A similar thing to what we've got in the main hall, but have like a little elevator down the center, and then on the bottom floor, or on each floor, we'll have like a pathway off and like two directions, so we can get kind of come out of here. Yeah, I know what I'm trying to say. Even if it doesn't sound like. Oh, for crap, this is going to drive me nuts. I've got no idea if this idea is going to work, by the way. I am kind of curious. Speaking of which, I need to go and put some... I need to improve my Whirly Sprig farm, I think. and move it into a compact machine. Do I have... Oh, I did do dark oak wood. Perfect. Basically want to kind of have it like a giant tube all the way from the bottom all the way out to the top. I'm actually not sure what to do about the floors either. I didn't really want to have all the floors at the same height. I didn't want to have like an entirely flat area. I wanted a little bit of like variation to it, but I don't know how I'm going to fit that in. I think we are going to have something down the middle. Like a light source down the middle. But preferably something that's more of a kind of flattish colour. Actually, this is where... not quite flattish colour, but this is where something like the sea lanterns would have been fantastic. They would actually have quite fit the aquatic-y kind of look of that. I might need to get some prismarine seeds going. I'm going to end up using a lot of dark prismarine in this as well. Oh, I guess we could just do a guardian. Could do a guardian prediction, or get a couple of guardian predictions. Except the problem is we can't do prismarine shards from the guardian predictions. Which seems kind of odd. I guess we have got prismarine bees as well. Yeah, let's go and set up the bees. We have got 2 prismarine bees already, so let's just go and do that instead. It'll be a little bit easier, I think. I'm assuming that these can breed amongst themselves. Right, what do we actually need for a flower for these? I'm assuming just a block of prismarine of some description. Now, the next thing is, do I actually have a hive ready for the... I don't actually think that I do. I do not. Okay. What's the question, Panda? Wait, how many? Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 9 down there, isn't it? We need 5 more of those. I have. Not for a while, but I have. Need junk food right now? Is there anything stopping you getting junk food? Bandage, it says to use a bucket of water and soap, but you look up soap and there's no recipe for it. Okay, that I don't know, unfortunately. I've never had to do that with them. I've used the bandages, but I've never had to clean them. I think there's a few other people in here who have played Deceased Craft, so I don't know if anybody else here knows the answer to that question. I unfortunately do not. All right. All right. It's going to take us a while before we get this stuff in, unfortunately, but should be fine. Right, but there is going to be a light source coming down the center of here. I don't know if it's going to be like just a single block in the center, or whether we're going to have like a cross shape in the center. I don't know. I haven't quite decided that yet, but we'll figure something out. That glass is not lasting long. We have something like that. Let's just assume that the main initial floor is going to be at the same height as this. Which is what height? 195. But then there's going to be probably 2 blocks of space for cabling and the like. Shouldn't need any more than that. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Perfect. That actually works out with 9 blocks of space between that floor and the bottom floor, which is a pretty nice number. 7 blocks up to there. So we'll have like a taller lower floor and a slightly shorter upper floor. Although, how much space have we got above here? Oh, we've got a little bit of space above as well. Alright, and then we need... Hey, Tangerine, how you doing? Not sure if this needs more space off there. I think it should be okay. Nice warm now. Had no hot water. Oh, ouch. I'm glad you got it fixed now, at least. Having no hot water isn't fun. Especially if it also means you don't have any heating either. We want to have pillars coming up here as well. I think we probably do. Quite a lot of this is going to get switched out for the these ones, I think. The reinforced dark oak logs instead. It's getting there. Been a very build-heavy day today. Trying to figure out the factory floor at the moment. At the point you're still ready to emerge from your lawn cave as you always have at the start of a pack. Yeah, I don't think you're alone in that. A lot of people tend to start with like a bit of a lawn base / lawn cave, I guess. And it's the easiest way to do it, I guess, until you have like a more concrete idea in mind. Right, can we make any hempcrete yet? Oh my god, we're getting considerably more seeds than we are actual hemp fiber. Yeah, it's only a kind of a slight difference, but I do think the hempcrete fits a lot better. Yeah, I think the hempcrete's going to look a lot better. I think I do want a different path block to this as well. Right, so if we've got any more hemp that's grown in... Yeah. I'm guessing there won't be any yet. 14. Yeah, I didn't think there was going to be much. I actually don't know if kind of growth stage matters with these. Whether the whirly sprigs will harvest it regardless, or whether it has to be fully grown. Alright, how can we get more hemp quickly? Honestly, I think just manually growing it and harvesting is probably going to be the easiest way to do this. I've got any... Let's try... Where is it? Ah, okay. Oh, but this would probably be easier to do this way. Yeah, this will be a lot quicker. We do have to deal with a whole bunch of industrial hemp seeds, but... Do I need light over here? Will that help? Not massively. What we need is a dirt variant of snad. Yeah, it's strange the way that works, isn't it, Love and Life? Come on. Panda, with that med kit, can you, or the thing that you're talking about, can you, have you got advanced tooltips turned on? That should tell you what mod it's from. Well, that's definitely a quicker way of getting hemp seeds. Do. Ah, damn it. What happens if you look at the uses for the item? Does that show anything in there? Also, we will be expanding this out and cutting part of an area out of here, like a little balcony, I think. Just same way you would check the uses for anything else, just highlight it and press U and see if anything comes up. I'm assuming that's something you can do in Deceased Craft still, if JAI is in there. I only briefly played the mod pack though, so I'm not 100% certain. I would assume it was a thing. Oh, that was awful. It's a little better, I guess. Really not leaving, like, given how much space I'm using it, like, there's really not going to be a huge amount of space left. Oh, it doesn't show. Oh, okay. I think I'm definitely going to have to expand this further down that way, because, like, we're really not going to get left with a huge amount of space here. With this, the way this is laid out. At the same time, I do really want to make sure I have like, a nice aesthetic look to this. I mean, if we go out the sides over here, how much... I mean, there's nothing to stop us from kind of like jutting out the side of the mountain. I actually quite like that idea. But this does not leave us like a ton of space. And I think we are, if we do, or when we get into modern industrialization, we're going to have to probably do it in a separate area, because I have a feeling it's going to take up quite a bit of space. Yeah, it does seem a little odd quiet. Just give me 2 seconds, chat. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. Right. I'm still not entirely sold now on this. Like, I love the idea of this, and I think it's going to look really nice. But I'm really not sure how it's going to work out in terms of, like, space we have to work. Because the idea is going to be we'll have kind of like a little pathway that'll go around this central column here. And then everywhere around to the outsides is where we're going to be able to have all of the actual... the factory, essentially. But I'm not sure how it's going to work out because this is I'm using a lot more space than I'd anticipated for this. I don't know exactly how this is going to work out. There's going to be quite a bit of trial and error. I guess it's probably mostly just going to be a case of deciding how I want to do this in relation to the actual kind of rock formation itself, like how much we want to stay within the rock formation or how much I'm willing to do in terms of like terraforming it. There are bits I've already had to do a little bit of terraforming in, but not a huge amount. I think it's going to look like when it's done. I think it's going to look really nice. It's just not going to be more decorative than actual space. I don't know though. We have still got like quite a bit of space over this way. Not a lot below, but a little bit. Probably not enough to have another floor. There's a lot of space over this way, so we can always expand out this way. I wouldn't mind if we do expand out this way, though. I kind of wouldn't mind having another one of these things, and like further down this way. But yeah, I think we're gonna be fine. Honestly, I think it's gonna be all right. But let's just get rid of those for a minute. Let's just get a little bit of flooring in here. What do we actually want to use? Are any of these gonna look a little nicer in terms of like a factory floor? How about the hewn one? I feel like it needs to be like a little bit... Ah, see, I can't use that. Just purely for that reason there. Either the textures don't line up. Something like that. No, not a huge fan of that. What about that? How's that going to look on a... No, I feel like that's too busy. Oh, that I quite like, though. That, I think, is actually perfect. Although, looking at this, I think what I might end up doing is not having this hempcrete line around here. I think I'm going to have to remove that one and then move this one a little further in. That way we've got a little bit more space. Was that one picked? Right, let's turn the rest in there. Yeah, we need to have... I guess we just want the hemcrete really just bordering... only bordering where the actual factory floor bit is, not necessarily around this bit. Yeah, Panda, I can probably have a look later on and see if I can figure out what's going on with those bandages. It might just be a thing that like that's not actually implemented yet. That might be why you're struggling to find what you need to find. Yeah, that takes up a little bit less space at least. This looks a little weird though. We might need to have the hempcrete here instead. Because this kind of doesn't look quite right with that. Yeah, it looks better that way. Hey, Kaz, how you doing? Obviously, we're going to have to kind of cut a little bit of a... Actually, let's just cut that out now. We should be able to do this without hitting outside. At least in this little bit. How have things been going with the beta testing of Nope Zone? Right, I'm going to need more hempcrete for this. And I think for the time being, well, like all we're going to do, especially just like on this bottom floor, is we're just going to cover the whole of this outside bit here with hempcrete, and then the inside will cover with factory blocks. And then that will be our factory floor. So I still don't know what I want to do for the walls yet. Well, of course, Agricraft is giving you a headache. Headaches by the number. Yeah, I heard Pally had a few issues with Agricraft as well. But this doesn't surprise me with Agricraft, honestly. It does seem to be a little bit on the janky side now. I make an exchanging gadget, which might actually be easier for this bit. Yeah, I'm hoping to get back to a fresh Nope Zone playthrough in the not too distant future. I actually almost started an off-stream world over the last few days. But I've already got a Monofactory off-stream world going at the minute. And I know I'll lose focus on that if I do start one. I mean, the plant Jason had a Boolean that was false that needed to be true. Was that the one for the seed spreading? Kaz? Because I think that was what Pally said his problem had been, that like the seeds just weren't spreading properly. Yeah, because I know none of the I knew when I played that none of the mystical agriculture Agricraft variants spread. I assume that was intended though, which is why I didn't like mention it. I figured that was a way you'd made to make it a little bit more difficult to get like kind of more seeds, basically. I didn't realize that was actually an issue with Agricraft. We're gonna hit the outside world here, aren't we? We'll just leave that one for now. You wouldn't put it past you for missing it. Friend that's running the server's playing on. He's been looking for it for days. I mean, if like two of you have been looking for that for days, chances are it's not actually there. Especially if you can't find anything online about it or anywhere else. The only thing I could suggest, like quite often, or at least I know with Greg Tate this is the case, there are certain things that you can wash just by throwing it into a cauldron. Obviously it isn't what it says, but it might be that that works. Unlikely, but you never know. Roof definitely needs to be higher. Alright, so we've got a little bit of a central column here. I really don't want everything to be flat, though. This is the only thing. Like, I don't want things to be... I don't want it to be, like, flat all the way across here, because it's just going to look kind of boring. Yeah, that's one thing I didn't like. I noticed in the pack that Ziddick and Elfie are playing that the recessive and dominant genes are, like, stats are shown on the tooltip, but obviously it's not in the 118 version. Have you had to, like, have you been able to contact the Agricraft dev at all? Hey Rallius, how you doing? I'm gonna guess that they, even if you could, they probably wouldn't be overly they wouldn't be overly kind of open to essentially backporting features like that. Yeah, I definitely don't want this to all be flat. I want there to be some kind of raised sections. But I don't know where I want to put them or how I want to do it or anything like that. So right now, I'm just gonna... I don't know if I want to put a floor in now or wait until we decide, like, how we're gonna do stuff like that. Honestly, I didn't think that was likely to work, Panda. It was just a possibility. Right, fuck it. We'll just put a floor in for now, and then when we start adding stuff, we'll figure out, like, what space we have to actually raise things up and lower them down. If we've got this nice, interesting bit in the center, we kind of want the rest to be somewhat interesting as well. I'm telling my grandma something this afternoon, but then she said something that's got you reconsidering. Yeah, hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. What are you doing this time to crash it, Kaz? Oh, can you not undo stuff with this wand? Doesn't seem to be the same way. If you can. There we go. I'm not going to put the floor on the top here yet. Ooh, this could be awkward. First core part, what you want to see yourself as in 5 years? And I'm assuming this is something that's going to potentially change that. Or definitely change that. Is it something you can work around? Or find an alternative to? Don't really change that, just whether I feel comfortable telling her about it. Ah, okay. Is this a difference in kind of viewpoints on something? Using the seed analyzer? Ah, okay. I don't think I used the seed analyzer once while I was testing. Mostly because I used CT hand to tell me what the stats were rather than anything else. Well, that wasn't quite what I had in mind, but okay. I think the magnifying glass is able to allow you to see the recessive. Oh, I didn't even remember the magnifying glass actually. I forgot that was even a thing. There we go. Let's get the same at the top, although I am going to need more banisters. How do you mean by Punnett squares, Rallius? All I know that they implemented is excessive amounts of stats now, including dominant and recessive ones, for basically everything, and a whole bunch more stats about how the crops react to animals, I think, as well. Which is weird. They have made it a lot more complex, though. That's one thing they have definitely done. And needlessly so, in my opinion, but... There we go. Right. Have we got enough for at least a few sea lanterns? No. No, we don't. Yeah, it's a little odd the way it works. I mean, it's not I don't think in terms of the way a more realistic way genes work, but in compared to the way it used to work, it's a little odd. Brown shoes put on the top and left, and the 4 boxes represent the possibilities. Oh, hang on, I missed the first bit there. In the US, genetics is taught that parents have 2 versions of a gene and pass one on to the children, and that depending on dominance or recessiveness, one expresses themselves, but they still have 2 genes. It sounds about like that. I'm not smart enough to know exactly what that means, but it sounds similar to it. Yeah, I figured that's what it was, Kaz. There we go. We have a factory floor. Most of it is decorative, honestly, but I think that's fine. Let's just switch a few of these things around just to see how it's going to look. The pack should explain. And if you make both plants 10-10, don't have to worry about the mutation. It will be 10-10. Yeah. Basically, that's what I was doing in Nope Zone. I would basically get the seeds perfected. So there were like both dominant and recessive genes were 10s, and both parents were the same crop. This is the thing I always find is like a major downside to building aesthetic builds in something like this is that it means that you generally have to chunk load a much larger area. Because everything gets spread out considerably more. Yeah, I had that. That's pretty much what I ran into when I first started crossbreeding the crops in Nope Zone, Kaz. which is why I always ended up making sure I bred them to the point where they were kind of perfected. So, like I say, so 10s for all dominant and recessive genes, and also the same parent for the dominant and recessive. And that way, you could always. That's the only way I could find that you could guarantee that you would get exactly what you wanted. Always done like Southern draws. Always sounded vaguely like the teacher was talking about a big and little penis. Yeah, I could definitely see why that will get a giggle out of kids. All right. So, I like the way this is looking so far. There's still a lot of stuff we need to figure out with this and figure out how it's going to work. Like, I'm going to actually dig this out to the surface as well now, I think. Yeah, I think the general gist is that agricraft now is a pain in the ass. I think that's the general gist of things. But it would feel a lot less like an ozone pack if you didn't have it in there. I don't really know how we're going to fill all of this in yet. I've got an idea. I'm no doubt going to flood something while I'm doing this. Also, I haven't been paying any attention to lighting because we've obviously got night vision. I've been paying absolutely no attention whatsoever to lighting. That's something we're going to need to start thinking about soon. Right, let's get rid of all of this. Really hoping I have separated this all out, because otherwise we're going to end up having to terraform a whole bunch of this back into something natural looking. I think we're good though. I'm going to need more dark oak. I think one of the things I'm going to have to do tomorrow is... Wait, what day is it tomorrow? It's not Friday tomorrow, is it? I think it's Thursday. One of the things I'm going to have to do, though, is get the Whirly Sprig and Drigmy farms moved over to compact machines. It's Thursday tomorrow. Or Turdsday, as you put it. Okay, good. Because Friday would be Sky Factory 5 day. There we go. Now I can't get out. Alright, there we go. It's looking alright. Once I figure out what we're going to do as far as the walls are concerned, it'll be a lot easier to build this out. But I think the overall idea for this kind of works. I haven't figured out if there's any kind of like law reason for this giant pillar in the middle yet, by the way. There may well be. I don't know what it is, but there may well be some kind of law-based reason for that being there. Otherwise, we'll start adding in, getting machines and things in here and start sorting out pathways and walls and things between... I kind of want to keep this very open. I like the idea of keeping it somewhat open. It makes it a lot easier to build for a start, and it's also... I think it's going to look quite nice if it's kind of like open and airy, and... I think it'll just look better. Anyway, on that note, though, I am going to call it a day, I think. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I do greatly appreciate it. I know I've not been the most talkative today. Hopefully, I'll be in a slightly better mood tomorrow. If not, it'll be another relatively kind of chat-free building day. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We also need to start looking at getting these automated as well, because we've pretty much got everything we need now, I think. I mean, like everything. We need to get obsidian. Oh, actually, no, we've got obsidian sorted, haven't we? Diamonds we have, gold we have, iron we have, copper we have. So yeah, we've basically got everything we need here to start automating the entangled blocks, which is good. You have a great rest of your day as well, Love and Life, and everyone else too. Just give me 2 seconds. Yeah, I should be back tomorrow with, hopefully, well, I don't know what time. Given my sleep at the moment, I don't know what time I'm going to be live. But I should be live at some point tomorrow. Yeah, in the meantime, everyone, have an amazing rest of your day. And I will hopefully see you all tomorrow. And we can get a little bit more work done on our factory floor and getting a bunch of other stuff sorted out. So take care, everybody, and I will see you all soon.